Ой, ну что. Мы сами добиваем, как говорится, остаток Сумеру. Я всех приветствую. Так что мы идем сами в порт. Выпьем за нашу победу. Ну что-то серьезно, тут пройти быть нельзя. Эх, летели. Так. А кого мы должны в порту встретить? А, да их я. О! Дунизарда. Дунизарда. Дуньязаль.
I'm doing well. I can go as far as saying I have never been happier in my entire life. I don't know if you've heard, but Elazar has completely disappeared, and all the patients have recovered.
Это хорошо.
You kidding? Knowing them and the connections they've got, I'm sure they've heard about it. That's right. My lady is feeling better now, so I'm accompanying her for a walk.
Why do you still call me that, Tia? You've already informed my
I guess I'm just used to calling you my...
Resignation? You mean?
Yeah, I might start losing my edge if I keep being a bodyguard for the Homayanis.
You know that my parents and I are fond of you, and that we appreciate you very much.
I'm not a woman that's easily persuaded. You should know that by now, my lady.
Неужели ни до кого не дошло письмо Ниву, а? Или просто никто не хочет выходить на праздник? Вот сейчас после смены вот этого вот всего осталось очень много чего этого, но ну, нерешенного.
When I took this job, I had already decided that I'd quit as soon as you recovered. It's time for me to get back out there and chase that horizon.
So what are you gonna do now if you're not gonna be a bodyguard
А
anymore?
чем займется наемник, скажи?
I want to take a risky job and put my body to the test again.
Съезди к Бэйдоу.
We literally just finished one of the
Такой
most
женщине
dangerous
нужна
jobs
такая, как
ever.
ты.
Are you getting bored already?
I know. If I hadn't joined in that plan with you, I wouldn't have come up with this
Не,
idea.
есть стоит съездить к Бэйдоу.
I
Мне
guess
нужны как раз
I still
крепкие люди
get
в
fired
команду.
up by that feeling of going all out in a fight. It made me realize that I'm still a mercenary through and through. Life is short, and I'm happy that I got to be a part of that operation. But the whole thing also made me realize that there are still many problems in Sumero. And as a desert dweller, I'm still not completely ready to settle down on this side of the wall.
Well, I remember a friend had someone bring you a
Друг,
message.
передать кое-что.
You mean I'll hate them? I didn't expect him to still remember that. I thought he was joking.
We just came from talking with Al-Haytham at the academia.
Did he tell you that
Я,
he
кстати-
suggested that I come work at the academia?
Служба в академии, что?
What?
А Хайтам не дурак. Знает, кого звать.
I heard that Azar and his cronies fell from power, and Al-Haytham told me that now was a good time to find a job in the academia, but only if I wanted to.
Whoa. Hyman can't see you being anything other than a mercenary.
А почему бы и нет, кстати? Да не ученая, скорее всего, будет, а вышибала местного разлива.
Me neither. But I think Tia would look great dressed up as a scholar.
А,
Ugh, forget about it. I wouldn't last 10 seconds in there. Al-Haytham probably just liked the way I worked and knew I'm good in a fight, so he suggested I find some work in the academia.
Ну, Дехия, суди сама. Он не дурак, он знает, кого звать.
But you know, if you take him up on the offer, Sino might actually agree and let you become a Matra. Because you're super amazing.
The Matra have all the talent they need as long as they have Sino. I prefer to be free to live however I choose. In fact, I chose this job from the very start because
Even if being a mercenary means facing all kinds of danger.
Это да, тоже верно.
a lion has to return to the wild sooner or later.
I don't want to see you go, but
I'm glad to hear you say that. Come on, no need for the sad face. It's not like we'll never meet again. Once the whole Dendro Archon thing is settled, everything in Sumeru will take a turn for the better. That makes me happy too.
Это да.
But a peaceful society will probably mean less demand for mercenaries like me. Before long, we'll be a dying breed. So I'd better get to work while I still can.
Вот поэтому, мне кажется, Хайтама предложил ей работу, чтобы она не потеряла.
Huh? But wait a second. You made...
Well, no, not yet at least. I promised my...
So, have you been in Port Ormos this entire...
oh, did Nilu write?
She heard that you were seen in Port Ormos, so she said...
Huh. It was probably sent to the inn that we're staying at. My lady has been very energetic lately and keeps taking me on hikes, staying out even into the night. By the time we get back, the receptionist is usually off napping on the job.
Right, and we tend to leave quite early in the morning, so the old man on duty is also usually dozing off.
So what it really sounds like is...
I bet the letter's at the reception desk.
No wonder there wasn't a reply. You never received the letter. Good
Nah.
thing Nilu asked us to come and check on that.
Sorry to make you two come all the way out here.
It must be something important for Nilu to specifically write to us like that.
Так, конечно, важно.
She said they were preparing a victory feast in the Grand Bazaar, and will also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra. She was hoping you could come.
Great!
Count me in too. But is there some sort of dress code or anything?
Since it's being organized by Nilu, I don't think she'll be too picky about that. If anything, I think she wants to see us.
All right, then this is how I'll show up.
The feast will be held in 2 days, so don't forget.
Sure.
Thank you so much for letting us know.
Oh, by the way, do you have...
The General Mahamatra always comes and goes without
Huh?
a trace. Normally no one knows his whereabouts.
Oh,
But last time we met, he mentioned that he had something to do in Aru village. You can try your luck there. As for Raman, your guess is as good as mine. I only remember he said that he had some... Don't mention it. You'd better get going.
Ой.
all right, on to our next stop.
Так. Отправимся мы в деревню. О! А вот и генерал Махаматра.
It's been a while since we last visited Aru village.
Ugh.
Ah, there's Sino.
Ха! Привет, родной.
What brings you here?
We recovered well, and Tanari agreed to let us leave. So now we're out and about.
It seems Gandharvaville's medical treatment is still as good as ever.
And Tanari is
That's good to hear.
Yeah, you're the one who brought us to him.
You're welcome. Tainari has excellent medical skills, and Kale is quite attentive.
Это да.
It was the best place for you.
But why are you just...
I'm meeting some people.
Oh, you mean...
I've already talked with Candace and the village chief. They're still at the usual place. But you know one of the people...
Oh, by King Deshret's blessing, my friend suddenly appears in the desert. Don't tell me you've run into trouble and need us to
О,
help now.
это та ученая?
Roman! And... Huh? Sataria?
Oh, you...
Oh, well...
Don't worry, these are our friends.
I see.
I'm doing well.
Same here. Really, I feel that my...
Oh, tell us everything.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I suppose I should start by saying... I've decided to leave the academia.
О как.
What?
It's not that I've given up on being a scholar. I will no longer pursue research like a typical scholar. But I have not completely given up on my relationship to knowledge either.
What do you...
I plan to leave the academia and return to teach here in the desert.
Wow, so you...
Sataria will return to support education here and teach people from the desert.
Уже неплохо.
She can't teach everyone on her own, but there are many of us Eremites all over Sumero. She can't...
Yes, it's my hope that the Eremites can help me select a group of smart people. That is the true meaning of education.
The people of King Deshret suffer from sandstorms, exile, and ignorance. Miss Sataria is more than welcome to come. The stars have always guided caravans, thieves, soldiers, and travelers who get lost in the night.
Oh, please. Where's all of this coming from? I'm starting to feel a little embarrassed.
Мне кажется, у кого-то скоро начнутся отношения.
You deserve these compliments. Mercenaries are accustomed to danger and don't fear death, which is why we recognize extraordinary actions. The common...
Sataria's idea will bring much good to many people.
Согласен.
At first, I feared it was destined to fail. Everyone knows that the academia doesn't allow... As you know, all knowledge is under their surveillance and control. But what I heard at that time has been haunting my heart, as if there were lightning bolts constantly bombarding my soul.
Сейчас нету больше этого всего дурдома.
Sataria, you tread a treacherous path,
Сатария, ты
and the
словно
longer
угодил в
you
зыбучие
ignore
пески, и
it,
даже
the
если ты
tighter the
раскроешь глаза и все
academia's grasp on
поймешь.
you will become. Sataria, why haven't you gone home?
Сатария, почему ты отвернулся
Never
от своей
forget
родины?
that
Не
the
забывай,
desert
что
that
сохранившая
belongs to
тебя
you
пустыня
lies
лежит не
elsewhere.
здесь. Сатария.
Miss.
Не Ситария. Мисс. Он говорит, скука.
These
Эти
words
слова
sparked something
словно
in
открыли
me,
мне
and
глаза.
I
Я
knew that
поняла,
I
что
had
должна
to
вернуться
bring
домой и
something back
принести
to my
пользу
people
своему
after
народу.
going home. I gathered up the courage to approach the Grand Sage, only to find that he was no longer
Но
at the
оказалось, что он покинул
academia.
Академию. Сайна сказал
Lord
мне,
Sino
что
told me
Розагу
that
теперь
Azar
там
didn't
не
belong there
место.
anymore.
Azar
понес
has
свое
received much
наказание.
needed punishment.
Возможно, даже слишком легкое.
Though,
Вы,
if
должно
you
быть, уже
ask
слышали
me,
об этом.
It may have been too light.
Да.
Lord Sino
Господин
helped me
Сайна
obtain
мог понять,
permission to
очень
leave the
уверен, что покинуть
academia for the
Академию и
desert,
отправиться в
and
пустыню.
accompanied me
Помимо
here to
этого, он
discuss
решил сводить меня
collaboration with
сюда, чтобы
members of
обсудить
the
с
Eremites.
пустынниками вопросы сотрудничества.
My plan was able to go smoothly thanks to him and Raman.
You're all doing so much for the...
Aside from that, I also...
Lesser Lord Kusanali has allocated many resources to support and develop the desert. I applied for a few batches of educational materials from the academia and sent them to several...
That's exactly what the people here need. Physical books and other related items.
Apart from this, the academia is also recruiting scholars that are willing to teach in the desert. We must be
Обалдеть.
persistent about this and maintain these resources to ensure...
This is the first time in hundreds of years. Remember these words. Here lies our faithful priest, Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of... I hope people with wisdom like that priest will rise again among the desert dwellers. Then we'll once again see the wisdom...
Enough about us. Are you...
No, not at all. We're actually here on behalf of Milu.
Да.
Milu wanted to write to everyone, but she wasn't sure where the letters should be sent, so she asked us to come find... A celebration feast will be held in 2 days at the Grand... At the feast, we'll also be celebrating sign... although, judging from your appearance...
Celebration? Feast? It's the first...
Tainari was right. She really...
This feast is for you, Sino. Sounds to me like you'll have to be there.
Ну что ты уже, ну, Сайна.
It's rare to see that kind of expression from Lord
No, not really.
Well, I still have a lot to handle here. Besides,
I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Although, the messages. I'm sorry for how I treated you before, but now I understand the beauty of your dance. It's like a light shining in the sky. You and the art you symbolize are not only beautiful, but also lively and powerful. So much. Please keep dancing. And someday, I'll be able to.
Okay, we've got all that down. Our job here is complete as well. Oh, Sino, remember...
Got it.
Где он? Так. Большой базар где-то здесь. Это я четко помню. А вот и большой базар.
I'll go to the Adventurers Guild later.
Yes, please do. I'm sure it could be...
I think it's an amazing idea.
And Nilu will become even...
I've heard that this camera is not...
Oh, should we get ready?
No.
You really...
Пока прокручиваем.
Today's the big day. Let's go to the Grand Bazaar and see how the
Как мы так уже на
celebration's
большом
coming along.
базаре, Пайман.
Everybody's already here. Looks like we're the last ones to arrive.
You're here.
Ah, there you are.
Well, look who finally decided to show up.
О, неужели секретарь пришел?
You look like you came here immediately after finishing up some work.
But we're not late, are we?
I propose that the last one who arrived be put in charge of today's speech.
Nah, there won't be any speeches today.
Oh, really?
Come join us over here. Let's share some...
Everything looks quite good.
Это что у нас здесь? Шаурма. Прикольно. Фрукты, слоеное тесто, куриные ножки в соусе, грибная нарезка. Ну и фрукты.
Wow. Paimon can't wait.
Атмосфера была великолепная, время текло незаметно. Казалось, как будто вы очутились после прекрасного сна.
Wow, it's so delicious.
The food was specially prepared for you by everyone in the Grand Bazaar. Everyone that came said that you saved.
Ah, feels kind of nice to be seen.
Being a bodyguard is also a hero's job.
My lady sure has a way with words.
And I'm happy to meet everyone that participated in the great plan.
Don't mention it.
Come to think of it, we've really done something
We owe it to our abilities. And luck.
Really? Why do I remember everybody thinking that luck was against us and feel...
That's how I remember it.
It's luck that brought us together, and it was luck that let us form a team. Then, moreover,
Yeah. Everyone gave it their all. It was almost like a performance. Everyone played their part. And thanks to everyone's...
So, would you say we're good actors too?
It's such a blessing that Lesser Lord Kusanali was able to return.
Yes, even after being abandoned and neglected so many times, she's fine. Lesser Lord Kusanali once used all her power in a great disaster, which resulted in her losing all her wisdom and memories of the past. This should be something everybody should remember. Huh? You look surprised. I didn't say...
no, everything you said is correct.
That's good.
Something wrong?
Yeah, what's with that face? You knew.
Even if those two giants of the academia are here, I still have to say it. Those sages really have some nerve. 500 years ago, Lesser Lord Kusanali... If you bite the hand that feeds you, don't act surprised when it turns...
Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but their treatment of Lesser Lord Kusanali...
You could simply tell Lesser Lord Kusanali that you wish to have Azar in his...
I respect our deity's decision. And while we're on this topic...
Are you trying to say that I'm fit to be a sage?
Not at all. But every person handling the selection process has said...
Why? Because he dethroned Azar from power?
Could you try to put it in another way? This is a good thing, yet you're
But seriously though, I always wondered if you...
I did have my own motive, but it had nothing. If the rules of our nation were suddenly cast by the wayside, then it...
By that, you mean your life working as the...
Precisely.
Wait, is that all?
So, that's the only reason why you joined us and came.
It's reason enough.
You've certainly...
You flatter me.
All right then. How about you? You've already resumed work as the General Maham...
That's right.
Will you be happy?
It's not about being happy.
Even so, keep your spirits up and try to be happy, okay?
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Тайно себя такой серьезный.
I seldom participate in such lively gatherings, but the atmosphere here is quite good.
Я думал, тебе будет скучно.
No. This gathering today has a unique meaning. The Grand Bazaar is lively because the people here feel happiness from the bottom of their heart. That happiness is an emotion that'll be forever alien to those bookworms who have driven themselves insane. I seem to have taken both keys. Oh well.
The atmosphere here is good.
Здесь хорошо,
And
и
everything
еда
is
вкусная.
delicious.
Наверное, тебе редко можно ходить на таких веселых посиделках. Да.
Yeah. I don't
Редко посещают
often
такие
come to such
мероприятия,
places,
но здесь неплохо.
but it feels quite good.
Последние
to
дни я
handle
очень
these
занят,
days.
иначе бы устроил вам экскурсию.
I could show you around.
Не беспокойся о нас. Нет. О друзьях
There's always
беспокоиться
next
нужно.
We're friends after all.
Праздник удался.
This feast is pretty good.
Мне нравится.
I like it.
У Сайна впервые в голосе прозвучала нотка радости. За столь долгое время.
My lady, the grilled meat over
Господа
there is
поводы уже-
delicious. Have you tried it?
Здравствуйте. Да, продолжаем душиться. Госпожа, а вы уже попробовали жареное мясо? Очень вкусно.
Yes, I
Да,
also tried
я вот
some
только
fruit
что
just
много
now.
фруктов немного
Oh,
взяла.
they're
Сладкие
very
такие.
sweet. What
Большой
an
базар —
amazing
отличное место
place
для
to
отдыха.
relax. No wonder
Неудивительно, что
everybody
сюда
likes to
стекается
rest
столько
at the Grand
народу.
Bazaar.
You
Это
said it.
точно.
Oh,
О,
look who else is
путешественник, это
here.
ты.
Hello.
Как
Oh, I'm so
хорошо,
happy Nilu
что
invited
Нила
everybody.
нас всех
Oh, now
пригласила.
I have the
Теперь
chance
мне
to meet
представится
all
шанс
the
познакомиться с
heroes.
каждым из великих героев Сумеру. Я рад быть здесь.
Hey,
Хватит
less
уже
of that polite
любезностями
chit-chat,
обмениваться.
more
Ну-ка
eating
быстро
and
к столу.
drinking. The
Не то
feast
все
is about
веселье, а
having
прогулка в
fun,
сети.
not stuffy for...
О,
there you
это
are,
ты.
traveler.
Это ты, путешественник.
Well,
Ну как?
how is
Хорошо
it?
прошлое время. Если
Are
есть какие-то
you
замечания
enjoying
к
the
организации, я
feast
готова
today?
выслушать и взять на заметку.
If there's anything you're unhappy with, just let me know. I'll be
Мне
sure to
всё-
take note of it.
Мне все очень нравится. Спасибо за приглашение.
That's
Я очень
good.
рада.
It's the
Впервые
first time I've
приглашенность
ever
приглашать
invited
таких
so
важных
many
людей.
exceptional people to one place.
Даже нервничаю
I was a
немного.
little nervous myself. You see,
У каждого есть
every guest
собственная,
here is
собственная
quite
история.
extraordinary.
Просто невероятно, что мы
It's
собрались здесь
unbelievable
всех
that we've
вместе.
got
Это почти
everyone
как в
together
сказке.
here. Make sure you
Обещаю
live
мне
it
весь
up
вечер
tonight.
веселиться, ведь улыбка на том
I'll
лице
be
сделает
happy as long
счастливой и
as you're
меня.
enjoying yourselves.
Мне нужно тебе кое-что сказать. Вы это Нилусу в слова Ситарии.
I'm honored to have her
Для
think
вашей
of me
честь это
this
услышать.
way.
Если получится, я бы и правда
If I have a
хотела
chance in
пригласить
the
ее на свое
future, I
выступление.
would really like to invite her to one of my performances. I can't
Я даже не
explain
знаю
why,
почему, но мой сердце вдруг
but
наполнилось такой
I just feel
радостью.
elated right now.
Спасибо
you.
тебе.
Hey, what's wrong? Your head is starting to droop.
Это не то с ним.
Hey, you can't just fall asleep here. Paimon will go find something delicious for you to eat. You'll wake up once you... Of course, just wake here.
Сайна чего-то ждет. Меня клонит сон, потому что я почти не спал прошлой ночью или просто переел. Кажется, там кто-то есть.
It's me.
Нахида. Нахида? Похоже, наши сознания вновь соединились. Верно. По всей видимости, я слишком нетерпелива, думала о том, что поговорить с тобой, и случайно установила связь. Наша связь подобна виноградной лозе, что увивает стену. Невероятно. О чем ты хотела поговорить? Гаш на большом базаре проводит грандиозное пиршество. Мне стало интересно. Вот и я пришла посмотреть. Я сейчас очень занята, улаживаю все последствия недавних событий. Ни минутки свободной нет. Слушай, ты уж очень сильно помог. Однако хочу попросить тебя еще кое о чем. О чем? Прошу тебя, поблагодари всех от моего имени. Так вот что, Нахида, я считаю, что тебе это лучше сделать самой. Ты не можешь исполнить мою просьбу, да? Есть вещи, которые никто не сможет сделать за тебя. Но если внезапно появлюсь, все замолчат и притихнут. Вдруг все перепугаясь, испортят прекрасное празднование. Мне бы не хотелось. Все будет хорошо. Не переживай так. Дай мне подумать. Хорошо. Приняла решение? Да, приняла. А она через него.
You said I should go thank everyone as myself, right? So... I've decided to borrow your body for the time being. Please don't blame me.
Тебе пообещай мне, что не скажешь ничего странного, находясь в моем теле. Ха-ха.
Everyone. Are you awake now? Paimon was just about to bring... It's me. Huh? That voice. Nahida?
Hold up, what's going on?
I didn't expect to have a conversation with the consciousness of Lesser Lord Kusanali in the Grand Bazaar.
No, of course not. Are you Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Hello, Nilu.
You know who I am?
И это довольно прикольно сделано, знаете.
Yes.
Да, я
I
знаю
already
каждого
know
из вас.
every one of
И
you.
Нилу,
Nilu,
и Аль-Хайтам, Сайна,
Сайну,
Дехью,
Dia,
Пайман,
Paimon, and
Индуньязад.
Dunyarzad.
Lesser
Масло
Lord
Кусаналя.
Kusanali?
I took the liberty of occupying the
пришли
traveler's
мне свое
body
тело,
so
чтобы
that
я
I
смогла
could
всех
thank all of you in
поблагодарить.
person. Thank you
Большое вам
so
спасибо за то,
much
что
for
спасли
rescuing
меня, даже
me.
несмотря на опасность,
Even
стать
if that
врагами
meant
для
placing
Академии,
your own
мудрецов,
safety in peril
доктора,
and taking the
исказителя,
risk
для
of
всего
becoming
Сумеру.
enemies with the Academia.
Без
Without
вас,
you,
без
without
каждого
any
из
of
вас,
you,
кто знает, что со мной
I
бы
would have
стало.
been in a much more difficult. Had you
Не
not
только
helped
меня, но
me
и
to
Сумеру,
resolve the
даже весь
crisis,
Севат постигло бы
not
великое
only I,
несчастье.
people
Люди
referred to
нарекли
you
вас
as the
героями, что
heroes
спасли
who managed
Архонта.
to rescue a
Мне нравится
god.
этот титул. В нем
I'm
отражен ваш
quite
подвиг
fond
и
of this
сохранено
name.
свидетельство о нашей с вами
It
связи.
not only
Позвольте
please
мне
allow me
выразить
to
вам свою
present to you
глубочайшую
my most
признательность.
sincere
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you have done so much for Sumero, and I didn't even
О,
have a chance to
угольные
do anything for
лепешки,
you.
что-то слоеное, с
You don't
начинкой.
have to do this.
Dunyarzad. The suffering you endured during your illness is also proof of you being with me.
You don't need to be so ceremonious. It's always been my duty to protect you.
This is how the relationship between the Academia and Dendro Archon should be. We just did what was necessary and set things back on the right path.
Вот сейчас на момент единственный здравомыслящий человек здесь это Аль-Хайтам. Именно он говорит, как бы, ну, такую, как сказать, он более прямо говорит о том, что должно быть на самом деле, а не как это было.
You're an Archon, but you act so humble. You
I'm honored to have been able to take.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much.
Сейчас, оказывается, там ГГ, да? Хе. Люблю такие переходы.
Yeah.
Появление Нахиды стало для всех нетом сюрпризом и прекрасной кульминацией празднования. Сердце каждого гостя наполнилось радостью. С этим чувством все продолжали разговаривать и смеяться до самого вечера. Празднование прошло просто великолепно. Да не, типа... Не текут, а скорее всего более как такое восхваление. Он же главный герой.
Did you rest well?
Ты уже проснулся? Как спалось? Вроде бы нормально.
After
Когда Нахида
Nahida
ушла,
left,
ты
you
прям
ate a
набросился на
lot of
еду.
food. You've become a
С
glutton.
каких пор ты стал таким обжорой? В обжорстве мне до Паймана еще далеко. Хм. Тогда Пайман будет твоей наставницей ой, блядь, в области обжорства.
All right.
Итак,
Since you're
раз
awake
уже
now,
проснулся, может,
should we
проведаем
go and have a
Нахиду?
chat with Nah- She
Скорее
should
всего,
be
она
in
сейчас в
the
Академии.
Academia right about now.
Если у тебя
If you
остались
have any
вопросы, не
questions,
забудь
now's
задать
your
их
chance
ей.
to ask.
Храм Сурастаны. Ой, еще вспомнил, блядь. Еще вспомнил, где он находится, этот храм Сурастаны, мать его за ногу. Сумеру такой большой. Кстати, единственное Сумеру, что меня немного путает. Столько мостов, столько путей, и для меня немного тяжковато в нем ориентироваться. Да, я правильно иду. А, это еще выше. А, это через... Подожди, это через Академию. Бля. А все-таки тяжко, да, здесь ходить. Всяко здесь люди ориентируются. А этой реплики в чайнике не слушал. Там маяка чуть ли не кончает от того, когда... Ну, вообще, эта фигня еще была замечена мной в Инадзуме, как она очень сильно любит ГГ. Это просто кикве капитальный. По-моему, храм Сурасана не находится так высоко, не? Не, ну, конечно, я все понимаю, как бы мы такое одобряем. Но и обычного ГГ мы тоже одобряем, не только женского. Так что... Вот. Ты вообще слыхал реплику Лизы в английской озвучке? Доброе утро. Сейчас, если я найду Лизу. Вот она. Где? Во.
Good morning, Jean. Oh, it's you. Sorry, dear.
У меня появляются вопросы небольшие по поводу этих двух.
Hello, traveler. What a fantastic night. I'm still immersed. So are we. And that's what... Is there anything you want to know? After recent events, the Akasha can... I've given it some thought. But this is definitely not a bad thing. The Akasha's centralized administration of knowledge has always restrained people's curiosity. Although people may initially feel a little uncomfortable with the loss of the
Ну да, в
Akasha,
принципе.
they will soon understand that. And as for the future of Sumeru, the former sages have received their punishment. But the new sages have yet. I hope that the new 6 great sages will be more. The other big issue is the people of King Deshret. I've already taken some measures to address this. It will take some.
Расскажи мне о том, что было, когда я заснул.
You mean what happened after the doctor put you to sleep? You guessed correctly. The top-ranked Fatui Harbingers, up to number 3,
Так ты ж сама ему отдала сердце, дурная, блядь.
However, in spite of the bad situation, I'm sure you remember the entity that changed your fate. The heaven. In fact, the heavenly principles has been quiet since the Conria disaster 500 years ago. I used this point as leverage against the doctor.
Да, персы между собой, это интересно. Вот потечку по ГГ всего не понимаю и не принимаю. Ну, как сказать, типа это обусловленность может чем-то, как бы довольно странно, как бы, когда некоторые персонажи ведут себя именно так, но, скорее всего, это как-то обусловлено именно с самими персонажами. Якобы, что, может, какие-то психические отклонения. Будем говорить так.
I told him that the heavenly principles may be awakened if I destroy the Gnosis. Although it's just a bluff, he still felt. I assumed that the heavenly principles wouldn't just stand by and let such extensive damage to its laws take place. And as for Ladek, the exchange served as both punishment for the doctor as well as.
Что ты так засомневалась в своих словах?
He's still in a coma. I've hidden him like. I know you have many misgivings about him, but as someone who had become a god, he has retained a number of very useful features. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. In addition, there are still some mysteries left in him. His future will be determined.
А расскажи мне о Фонтейне, моем следующем пункте назначения.
Is that where you're headed next? Fontaine, the nation of justice? As far as I know, that nation operates in a judicial system. Does their Archon personally judge? No, there's a Chief Justice in Fontaine. Generally speaking, the Hydra Archon, Fossilor, won't preside over individual trials. However, even then, Fossilor will still make herself present at just about every trial. It seems that she just likes to immerse herself in that sort of atmosphere. As Archon, she still reserves the right to influence the final verdict. Anyway, let's just say she's got...
Своеобразный архонт. Нет, у меня все.
Are you sure? Isn't there something else you haven't asked about yet? Huh? About your sister. While you were resting at Gandharvaville, I took some time to perform an Irminsul search for information on your sister.
Но ведь мы прибыли из мира, что лежит за морем звезд.
Yeah! Isn't Irminsul a repository for all the information and memories of Tevat? So there shouldn't be anything on him or his sister.
Так-то да.
This is true in your case. Irminsul indeed does not have any information on you.
Тогда как мы можем чем-то здесь управлять, если нас даже Ирминсуль не знает?
However, there must be something different about your sister. Because, as it turns out, the world has What? There is only one possible explanation. She belongs to this world.
Понимаю, если была бы женская ГГ, у нас был бы брат.
But nothing about this makes any sense. Wasn't this your first trip to Tevat?
Припоминается мне одна ее фраза. Когда мы с Данслейвом нашли перевернутую статую Аномархонта. Тебе этот мир не спасти. Типа, тебе этот мир не спасти, как бы ты ни пытался. Я понимаю, что она уже здесь не первый раз путешествует по этому миру, и Тейват будет все-таки разрушен. Что написано? Известно ли что-нибудь?
According to the records I was able to access, your sibling suddenly appeared in Conria. After the Conria disaster, she began her journey through the Seven, but just as her journey was about to reach its conclusion... What do you mean, Fuzzy? All I know for sure is that somebody, for reasons only they can know, is deliberately, and whoever it is, if they can do that... But even that wouldn't explain how she somehow comes from this world. Something else I noticed was that according to these records, the Fatui have not classified your sibling as one of the descenders.
Сошедших?
What's a descender? Paimon's never heard of it. Look, I'm sure you must be curious about the information I received from the A very important part of the intel was about this world's descenders. External beings, ones that don't belong to this world.
Подожди, да Тора говорила о фальшивом небе Тейвата, что вполне себе вероятно, поэтому они являются сошедшими.
Traveler, you are Tevat's fourth descender.
Четвертый сошедший.
Huh? So the Fatui count 3 other descenders before the Traveler, and his sister isn't even one of them? That's right. My current hypothesis is that the first descender was likely... As for the other descenders, And yet, even knowing all this, I'm sure you must still have a lot of unanswered
это хотя бы
questions.
лучше, чем ничего.
I must say, there are many questions in my heart as well. I will need some time to go through each one of them.
Понимаю, мне тоже надо подумать над твоими словами.
And soon,
Да, скоро
you'll
ночью
also
отправитесь в
begin
путь
your
и покинете
journey
Сумеру,
anew
верно?
and depart from Sumeru. I'm
Интересно,
very
как тоже
interested
дальнейшая
in your
судьба,
future.
путешествие, что
It's
скрыто
a
от глаз
journey
этого
that
мира.
can't be... If fate
Я
is
уже
the
говорила, что
ultimate
судьба
knowledge,
есть
then
абсолютное
your
знание, а
future will
ваша
be the
судьба,
ultimate
а ваше
fate.
будущее абсолютная судьба.
I'm sure glad we got to meet. The pleasure is all mine. I can't thank you enough. Alright, that's enough talk for today. If you ever...
Пульс Акаши и пламя Кальпы.
Is there anything you want? According to after the Conry, but just as her journey was about to reach... What do you mean, but all I know for sure is... And whoever it is. But even that wouldn't explain how she somehow comes from this... Something else I noticed was... What's a Look, A very traveler.
Кстати,
You, huh?
я
That's
немного...
right. As for the other,
Я же открыл
and
этот
yet, there are many
за
questions in
кадром.
my heart
Как
as
его?
well. And soon, you'll also. I'm very interested if fate is the. I'm unsure. The pleasure is.
Как его, блядь?
Alright.
Я открыл экономию за кадром. Там я немножко вычитал кое-что. Ну как вычитал, я полез по этому. Как сказать, я полез по этим. Короче, по экономии, по самой эти видосы. Я дополнительно еще сам там пороюсь в экономии, но я знаю тот факт, что Арабаси и Громовая птица не хотели возрождения первородных. Но как-то они немного прозевали Нёвелета. Как я понимаю, Юдекс у нас первородный. Это, ну, что как я знаю, что Юдекс у нас является первородным драконом. Только чего так опасался Арабаши и все остальные. Я знаю, что Таева там до этого правили драконы. Стихийные драконы. И Небесный порядок их убил. Разродился. Может, переродился, Лорд Харрис. Он после смерти их переродился. После смерти Арабаша с Громовой птицей.
Wait, you're that blonde traveler who's on a journey to all corners of Tevat, right?
Who's asking?
You bet I do. I was worried. He was a crafty fellow, let me tell you. Took advantage of a loophole in our mailing system by opting for guarantee.
Well, we are always on. So, what?
He just wrote next to a small white-haired talking fairy.
What? So the address is Paimon?
Yeah, exactly, right? And if I failed, really, he got me good. I count myself very lucky that I ran into you here. Of course.
Come on, Paimon was.
Да ну есть, как вы поживаете? Гаша упрюсти по Сумеру. Но как я сделал в Порт-Тормосе, в последнее время после обеда меня можно найти в таверне Джеффа. Если мне улыбнется удача, то это письмо скоро к вам в руки. Носите меня, вспомним о былом. Состоится ли наша встреча, решает судьбе. Искренне ваш, Кея. Ха!
Kaya, huh? So he's here in Sumeru. Now that Paimon thinks about it, Crafty does describe him pretty well. From what he wrote in the letter, it looks like he... Or maybe he's just being sneaky. Yeah, the letter says that he hangs out at Jafar Ca...
Пойдемте заглянем в таверну. Ой, блядь, я уже вижу эту иконку. Ебучие глаза. Блядь. Это перед каждым креслом такое дерьмо. Опять встреча в другом мире. Ненавижу.
Kaya should be at Jafar Tavern right now. Let's go see him.
О, привет, родной.
I'll have something I haven't tried yet, boss.
Sorry, sir. I'm afraid you've already tried every type of liquor we serve.
Гребаный алкаш, а.
Oh? Well then, just the bill, please.
Kaya, you're really here! Paimon happy.
Hey, Paimon, traveler. Looks like the gods smile upon me after all. And come now, I wouldn't joke about wanting to see my good friends.
Верю тебе на слово. Мы тоже скучали по тебе. Подожди-ка, ты если официальному делу, да? Тогда почему ты каждый день сидишь в таверне? Хочешь получить выгоду от магистра Джин? Вовсе нет, я очень боюсь магистра Джин. Я бы не стал делать то, что может ей не понравится.
Why would I ever do anything that might displease her?
Ты боишься? Я не верю.
The truth is,
Дело в
I'm
том,
in
что
Sumero to learn about the alcohol industry here. So
Иначе,
despite
на
how it
самом деле, я
might
нахожусь
look,
в таверне
I'm
строго в
actually a
деловых
Jafar tavern
целях.
for strictly business purposes.
Когда ты успел сработаться с Делюком?
Sumeru's spices are famous the world over, and it's long been rumored that this fine
Полностью Сумеру известна во всем мире. Давно ходят слухи, что именно в этом прекрасном заведении изобрели один очень популярный коктейль с пряностями. Поэтому Морген направил меня как лучшего эксперта по напиткам проверить так хорошо, как о нем говорят. Пахнет пиздежом.
And how did that go?
So far, so good. I'm already in talk.
Yeah, that does sound like a great business opportunity. Gaston Winery and that.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Whether this lucrative opportunity.
Hey, using your job to settle personal grievances isn't very knightly, Captain.
Понимаю.
Oh? What makes you say that? Very sharp of you. I wouldn't say I'm familiar, though. I just came here on the sly once, when I was very young.
And?
Do I have
Это
to?
обязательно?
When I said we could talk about the
Поговорить о
old
прошлом, я думал,
times,
что мы будем
digging up my
копаться в нем.
past wasn't exactly what I had in mind.
Тебе не обязательно вдаваться в подробности.
Well, all right.
Ну хорошо, раз это так интересно, как я уже сказал, тогда я был очень молод. Я только-только пришел на винную кухню «Рассвет». Во время деловой встречи я слышал, что мой приемный отец говорил о отправке делегации торговцев в Сумеру. Уверен, ты согласишься, что каждый человек в той или иной степени хочет знать о своем происхождении. Мои корни в Конриях, которые, как говорят, находятся глубоко под землей, где-то в районе Сумеру. Среди товаров тайком присутствует торговая делегация, которая отправлялась в Сумеру. Но совсем скоро делегация получила известие о том, что я пропал, и глава выслушал меня, и не успел опомниться, как приемный отец уже тащил меня за ухо домой. Это было недолгое приключение. Извините, у меня для вас нет более западшей истории. Кстати, о Конрях ты много о ней знаешь?
Honestly, not much. The only reason I knew that Conria was near Sumeru is because I happened to read that in a book when I was young.
О, слушает уже.
My life had less and less to do with Conria as I grew
Чем
up.
старше становится, тем слушать, чем больше чувствую, меньше.
As well.
Настроение стало придать этому меньше, все меньше
I
значения.
used to
Раньше я
believe
знал,
that I
что
had
от отца
inherited
досталась
some
некая
sort of duty
обязанность.
from my... But then I began
Но
to
начал
wonder.
задумываться. Может быть,
Maybe
отец
my
оставил меня
father
в
left
Монштадте,
me in the
городе
peaceful
свободы
land
и
of
мира, как раз для того,
for
чтобы
no
дать
other
более
reason,
счастливую
as
жизнь.
well as ensuring that I'd be
Конечно,
safely cut
счастливая
off
жизнь это
from
хорошо,
certain things.
даже это означает, что буду
The
чего-то
thought that I might be
лишён.
able to actually... This is obviously all speculation.
Это все мои домыслы. В общем,
Simply
боюсь
put,
нечего сказать по
I'm
вашему
afraid that I'm
вопросу.
not particularly in the know. These days,
Сегодня
my
фамилия Альбрих,
surname,
это, вероятно, единственное, что
Albrecht,
ждет меня в
is
Скайнрях.
probably the only...
One death afternoon,
Хозяин,
please,
подай
boss.
полуденную смерть.
Tell me, what do you know about the significance of that name, Alberich?
Данслейв?
Ah, you've
Ты
decided to
слышно? Я
join
гадал,
us.
как долго ты будешь
I was wondering
подслушивать?
how long you planned on
Кажется,
listening in.
я видел тебя раньше в
I believe
Монштадте.
I've seen you before in Mondstadt.
Данслейв,
Dainsleif,
если
if
не
I'm not
ошибаюсь.
mistaken.
So you
Значит, ты
remember
меня
me?
помнишь, тогда мы знакомы.
Then we are already acquainted.
Кей Альбрих,
Kaya
потомок основатель.
Alberich, descendant of the Abyss Order's founder.
Huh?
Орден бездны?
What?
I take it that
Раньше
you
не
weren't
знал об
aware of
этом,
this
Кея.
until now, Kaya. Or
Иначе
you
бы ты не
wouldn't have
сразу
been
как
so
назвать свою
forthcoming with
фамилию.
your...
Oh my.
Даже так, иметь такую
That's
фамилию в
quite a lot
большое
of
время не
baggage
так
for a
ли?
surname, isn't it?
Хотя, теперь
Though I
подтвердились
must
мои
say,
подозрения,
it does
наверное,
confirm
поэтому
an old
отец взял меня
suspicion
в
of mine.
Манштаде.
I'm surprised that you
Скажи,
take me at my
выступил не на
word
славу, без
without the
малейшего
faintest hint of
скептицизма.
skepticism.
Well, perhaps what you
оставаться
told
на
me
вопрос,
just
только
happens
не
to
смех
answer some
воспоминаниев.
questions I carry in my memories.
В любом случае, я
And in
узнал
any
тебя по
case,
глазам.
you're a
Ты
pure-blood
чистокровный
Conrian, aren't
выходец
you?
Конриаха, да?
Very
Очень
clever.
проницательно. Прости мне мою прямоту.
Forgive me for being
Но я очень надеюсь,
direct,
что новая информация
but I
ничего не
sincerely
изменит.
hope
Если
this
этот
new
присутствует
knowledge
связь с
doesn't
прошлым,
change
то не
anything.
отступает от своих слов.
If you've all...
Кея, тебя это ничего не связывает с Орденом Бездны?
Hey,
Эй,
hold
подожди,
on
нас
now.
очень
This
серьезно.
conversation has taken a rather
Боюсь, что
sudden
как
turn
человек из
for the deadly
Манштада я к такому
serious.
не привык.
And I'm so what if I
Из
know
того, что я
my
узнал на
ancestry?
происхождение, разве похож на
Do I
некоторого, которого
strike you as the
это
type who
сильно
would be
заботит?
bound by that kind of thing? Relax.
Ну, соответственно,
I'll be just
шанс
as
с таким
delighted to
злостным
hunt down the
еще, как
Abyss
раньше,
Order
прочь Орден
tomorrow
Бездны.
as I have always been. Either
В любом
way,
случае, у нас нет
looks
времени.
like we're out of time. I've got a spice merchant to meet in a minute, so I'll leave the three of you to carry...
Well, I'll...
See you around. And Dainsleif, no need to listen in from the sidelines next time we meet. Let me buy you a drink.
Кей и Дейнслейв знакомы.
You don't really trust him, do you, Dane? You're both...
The fact is, I still do not know him well. But can a person truly be unaffected by their ancestry? This remains to be seen. Well, I suspect that they call your sister their princess, precisely because...
Oh, so if she was the founder, she'd be the queen, right?
I mean to investigate the Loom of Fate.
Yeah, the Abyss Order's evil plan! We
Есть
learned
снова
Not
зацепки.
new. Not exactly. My memories suffer from erosion. Your sister, she mentioned the Loom of Fate back when we traveled together. Apparently so. I was also quite surprised when these memories
Подожди, он
tallied up.
путешествует и с ней,
I
и с
recall that
нами?
we were traveling to Sumeru when the matter was brought up.
So, you're going to the place that she...
Correct. At that time, they must have been introduced in...
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go!
No. Now is not the time. No, it's... I'm still waiting from...
Seriously?
А. Все-таки он душный, а? Опять это задание. Ну, здравствуй, Саша.
Wait. This place, it's... familiar.
Ага.
What about it? It looks pretty normal to Paimon.
Yes. The forest has barely changed from... Let's search the area and see what we...
Is this a field? It must belong to whoever owns that house, but it looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. You could be... It's an extinguished bonfire. Looks like it's been ages since it was last lit. And clearly they put it out carefully.
Nothing else stands out in this area.
Wait, we're just gonna go
Unlikely. There are no signs of life in this area.
If you sit...
Угу. Ладно.
really isn't anyone home.
Кровать.
This bed
Обычная
looks pretty
кровать.
ordinary. What sort of person would want to live?
Шкатулка.
There's a box over here. Why don't we open it?
Ничего не понимаю, но
And by
посмотрю.
we, Paimon means you. Paimon's just scared that whatever's... Huh? This is a mirror. It's broken, too. Was this a makeup box?
Это обычное зеркало.
That's...
Мы тут сами ничего толком не понимаем.
Hey, look!
Миска.
It's a bowl!
Can't you smell it?
Oh, so it's a medicine bowl? Doesn't look like there's anything else worth...
My memories are quite foggy, but we'll exhaust ourselves if we search.
Noises?
It's not much. Just
Monsters? Wow, Dane's ears are sharp, just like his nose. He's in surprisingly good shape for a 500-year-old. Although for someone who's as full of surprises as Dane, it's hardly a big deal. Anyway, let's beat up these monsters!
Как быстро лопнул пирослайм.
Think you can bully me? Shower me with...
Это вообще есть косяк с российской локализацией, будем честны. Потому что многие фразы не переведены, многие фразы переведены очень сильно. Конечно, они просто упрощены.
I doubt that the appearance of those monsters was wholly random. There must be something nearby that attracted them. A ley line anomaly, perhaps. But it seems to be more than that. Okay. I'll go slightly further out to investigate any issues with the nearby ley lines. I might be a
Нет,
while.
двух точек
You
будет
should
более
wait for me here.
все дубово, поэтому, ты знаешь, как бы было бы сильное отличие в переводе.
What? You're going alone? You better not be trying to keep some secret from...
Your suspicions are as banal as they are unwarranted. I merely think that this house should remain the focus of our investigation. Not to mention that if even forest rangers are capable of investigating...
Fair enough. Good thing there's a bonfire over...
Нет, тут, знаешь, даже может быть косяк в самой локализации.
Nice and spicy.
В смысле, что я замазал снизу. Свой юит игровой.
Your cooking is as good as ever. Even if there was no other reason, the food alone would be enough for Paimon to stick with you. Changing the subject, Dane's taking forever. We came together, but now it's back to just being the two of us again. You know, so don't take this the wrong way or anything, but, oh, you stop it! Now you're embarrassing, Paimon.
Нет, просто здесь находится игровой юит мой, чтобы можно было, допустим, присоединиться, что-то еще. Поэтому я и закрыл.
So, next question. The stars? Wow. dance.
Это да.
Being separated without even knowing the reason why. It's
Привет.
just terrible. But we'll find the truth
Так.
together. Sure as Paimon's your guide. Just you wait, heavenly principles. And you too, Tvat. You know what? We've talked too long about this sad stuff.
Спасибо тебе, Паймон.
All right. It's getting dark, so why don't you rest? Paimon will take first watch. Don't worry, no monster's gonna
Знаешь,
come and eat
это
you
вот
up.
самый сейчас гениальный вопрос с твоей стороны. Потому что не считаю, сколько я играю в него.
Oh, come on! Don't say that! Paimon just wants to look after you for once. Nighty-night.
Вообще так-то я с самого релиза в Гошне. Потом забросил, сколько, на 2 или 3 года бы ее забросил. И вот вернулся. Может быть, относительно недавно.
Hey, time to wake up. The sun has risen. What a deep sleeper. You... All right. Rest...
А где Паймон? А где наша дорогая напарница?
Halt! What do you think? This place is not whatever you think it is. Nor should you. Your travel companion. Your companion. What business is that of yours, hmm? All
Какой-то
you need
мужик,
to know
довольно
is that I
подозрительный.
claimed this. Do I make myself quite clear? Leave. Well, what are you waiting for?
У него довольно интересный символ на груди. Он похож на того, кто находится с этим. Он похож на этих, на... Как его сказать, господи, на этих рыцарей-то. Конряховцев. Потому что это же, помните, генерал был, друг Данслеева. Он же так же выглядел. Вернее, роба была такая же.
I've been observing you. Still, I'm warning you. No funny. Okay, fine. You. But no overreacting to anything you see in here. Come on, then.
Телечуру. Да, я был прав.
Mind your... Oh, how could he be? So don't you lay a finger on him. Just... Huh? You... No, Conria. Who are you?
А, у них отличительная черта — это их глаза.
Do you worship a god, traveler? Sounds like you've had an eventful life. All right, well, my name is Ida, and
У
you
него
are
на
correct.
руке что-то у
I was
Киричуру.
once Conrian.
I apologize for my earlier and all who place faith in the gods are my... That may be. This wretched curse of immortality. The curse. We lost our home. Our loved ones. All we can do is watch helplessly as our souls...
Да, почему нет эпатии хиличурлов?
Because, although Conria began with a single bloodline, it was a home to other. Any who forsook their gods and came to Conria were welcomed as our fellow citizens. When the cataclysm came, we pure-blood Conrians were declared the But those whose ancestry belonged to the domain, he is Kari Bear, my illegitimate son. How times have changed. I was a noble of Conria, by blood. Then, one day, I met a beautiful Kari Bear, faced great hardship from the very moment. After all that, I always owed him much, and now... She was... We were separated.
Это должно быть нелегко.
It could be worse. And now, if nothing else, at least yes, that reminds me, I owe...
Так.
Over here.
Химический верстак.
I'm sure you're wondering why I brought Car. Well, it's because he needs one which will help him to recover his...
разум. Ага.
I do not hope to break the curse. I am aware, but it is said that this medicine is imbued with the power. I believe that it might just work. I read about it in a book. In my youth, I disliked the life. The gods have already punished us. What does one more sin matter? Never mind. As long as it happens, I am in dire need of some... My hands don't have the dexterity they once did. Okay.
Впервые вижу такой гриб.
Also, do you have any of Sumeru's regional specialties on hand? Oh, wonderful! This is the method.
Еще не смертельная болезнь.
Is it done? In all, well, the moment has finally... No! I said before that this medicine, which means we must pay a visit to a statue of the Seven. Let's go.
Давайте.
Look at this stat. God! God of wisdom! You and your kindest... God of wisdom. I seek not to disavow myself of the sinful blood that flows through my son. Caribert, if everything the god, then all I ask is for a please, God. I have made...
Да. Довольно странно, конечно, все это выглядит.
Caribert? We've... Caribert, it's me. It's your father. Caribert. Caribert. I'm sorry I couldn't be at your side, but I'm here now. Are you still angry? I know you're a... I'm so sorry, Caribert. Forgive me. Please. Please.
Довольно, Эйда.
Oh, gods above! You took everything! I'd give you my very life. The gods of this world have never stood with humanity, not even for a moment. Other reasons. What do you mean?
Мир лечения еще не закончено.
Huh. You really think so?
Если только ты не решишь отказаться от каберета.
Give up? No. Even if I must stay here with him for 50 years?
Это да.
Let's go. The most crucial ingredient in this medicine is... I grow. The details don't matter, right? There is a waterfall near the statue I prayed at. I'll be here, watching Caribert. Good.
Гефайман. Гефайман довольно непривычно, знаете. Типа... Ладно, довольно странно выглядит. Семеро прокляли Лика Энриафа.
You're back. Coribert's condition is stable. By which I mean... Anyway...
Держи.
I need you to stand guard here for a while. Whatever you do... good.
Угу.
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humbled. What happened? Was it monsters? Oh, thank goodness you were here. Oh, yes, I've got the fertilizer. Next, we pick the mushrooms and repeat the same steps as before to make another dose.
Я почему-то не думаю, что это ему как-то поможет.
Oh, I have been so very wary for many years. I do indeed. That's why it was just a fleeting thought. Thank you.
Запретное лекарство, что он приготовил для ребенка, да? И здесь можно понять только одно, на что готовы родители ради своих детей, даже пойти на самое запретное, что может быть в этом мире.
Wait a moment. Hey, what was that? Cory Bear? Oh no, he must have left while we... Come on! That's not Cory Bear. Right. Cory Bear's scar. My eyes must be going. Yes. It doesn't seem... Yes.
Ну и в той стороне разлом.
Did it go in here?
Подожди. Так там же... Ну, Хиличёров тянет разлом, когда они уже умирают.
What a ghastly place. Has it always existed? I swear I've never... Huh. It looks like they're... worse. I've never seen anything like this. Oh, there's...
Мы их трогать не будем. Мы будем идти спокойно, будем идти тихими чугвами. Я понимаю, что я мог бы их давно бы уже спокойно убить и пойти дальше, но... Сияние.
Is this a teleportation device? What energy is powering it?
В особом сюжетном режиме. Это Каинриах.
Get them! That really hurt! Hey, yeah!
Silence!
Угу. И скорее всего это находится в самом разломе. Да, как я люблю тех, кто сейчас ездит под моими окнами и слушает музыку. Так,
How did I get on the ceiling? Did the room turn upside down? Or gravity itself?
А, подожди, это как тогда было в разломе. А вторую открыть нечем.
It seems like I need to find a place to insert the rune.
Humans, fate has not granted you the right to enter this place.
Вестник бездны.
Do you insist on an audience?
Он Крио.
Very well. Then I grant you the trial.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Stone cold suffering.
Bow your head.
Oh, nevermore. Desolation. Shall succumb.
Nice and spicy.
Не, чел, не попал.
Shaking hands.
Foolish mortals. Conquers all.
Silence.
one-sided.
Boba, get them!
Winter is nigh. Pierce the bone!
Nice and spicy. Yoo-hoo! Race you! Boba, get them! No ingredients for me today. Diana special. Nice and spicy. Eat this!
Who was that? He was... He was...
Ну за что, Михаил?
He was a perfect... He had the most wondrous aura, and yet you were able to defeat him. Oh, your strength is greater than... Let's continue on. I find myself growing more curious by the second, and...
Да, я парень. Такой же кристалл мы, по-моему, разрушили в этом разломе.
I think we've made it.
Oh, dear creature. Why do you bow down? For fear of the unknown? Oh, dear creature. Why do you bow down? You are like a flower, born in sin. You need no longer hold back your resentment, nor go forth. Become, and I shall shed a tear at the end.
Блять.
What just happened? When I saw that thing, my heart was... I feel... Oh,
Да, какой это, господи, обычная игра какая, как я обычно играю всегда, ничего такого специфичного, просто персонажи сами по себе такие.
I have for this to happen, right at... You say that I bowed before that... I have to... Papa? Cory Bear? Oh, my goodness, it worked! You see? It... Mama is,
Of course. Yes. It feels like I just woke up from a... Papa?
Don't panic, son. It's just... There's no more Conria here. In this world, you have to be...
Am I...
No, of course not. Look, Cory Bear, you still have Mama's scarf on your arm. Yes, really. Oh, and never take... Understand?
Okay, Papa.
Никогда не снимай маску.
Not since that day have I been so... I knew that placing my hope in the Seven was a waste of... Once a murderer, always a murderer. But the god we saw in that wondrous power... Now, piety is hardly my area of expertise. A sinner? Oh, don't be absurd. You and I have both witnessed... No matter. I am going to pay my respects with or without you.
Ладно. Мне кажется, он его превратит в одного из из редких бездны.
Do you live in the fairy tale?
Мне кажется, он сейчас будет боссом. Почему-то мне так кажется. Ах. Сейчас, мне кажется, все-таки его превратят.
Bow your head.
Ага, ворота здесь уже закрыты.
Silence!
Нету.
No. Impossible. What happened?
Но ведь это то самое
The
место.
Hilly Churl worshippers have disappeared too. Was it all an illusion? That's true.
Здравствуй.
Yes, it can't have been an illusion. I still feel that it was neither illusion. Let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and I do believe that someday in the future we shall. Could he really have been a sinner and not?
Эдди словно в трансе. Вы ведете обратно его в домик. Неужели в Каэнриахе был Архонт, и он согрешил, за это наказали и его, и народ?
Caribert? Where has he gone? Oh, no. Maybe someone else came by. No, it can't have been that. There's no sign of a break-in and no sign of anyone have. This does not bode well. What if he's spotted by a four? Wait a minute. This isn't how we left it.
Шкатулка.
Oh, no. The mirror, it's broken! He must have taken his mask off. If he'd just done as he was told! We have to find him.
Так, так зеркало же было разбито. Разве нет? Платок.
It's his scarf. Looks like we're going the right way. Come on.
Он его не уронил, он его снял.
Caribert! Caribert! Where are you? Curses! Forest rangers.
Hey! Who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
Have you seen a,
I asked you first.
I said...
Hey, whoa! There are hilly churls everywhere.
Exactly. Matter of fact, we just took...
You... Forest ranger!
You're raving.
Curse you all, forest rangers.
I don't get it. Why makes it...
He'd only just regained... So tell me...
Jeez. I was frightened at first, but it didn't seem to have any interest in me at all. It was just bumbling along in that direction. So I left it alone.
Yeah.
Wait, you're leaving? Not even...
Caribert! Caribert, stop! Whatever you saw, I told you. Caribert? How could this happen? Come, Caribert, we have to go home now.
Papa?
Caribert?
Papa, I can't take it.
Please, Caribert. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I'd known.
It's all too much. Papa!
Finally. Ah, Traveler. You're a... Wait, no. Why am I still calling you Traveler? Oh, of course you haven't. In any case, I've been using a fake. My real name, Clotar Alberich.
Отец Кей.
You saw it too, didn't you? Unmistakable, eh? The power inside... Yeah. Oh, at long last. That is no business of yours. A sinner. Yes, Coribert did not deserve his fate, but now... It's wonderful. He will be born into abject sorrow. He shall now become the loom of fate. Huh? Sinister? Oh, I never imagined that you, of all people, would We once believed that you would bring new strength to us. You were the Abyss. A wondrous mystery far and the one who controls the Abyss can control everything. We yearned. But what did you bring? Oh, Princess of Conria.
Why did he just call me?
Traveler! Traveler!
Чего, блядь?
You're awake! Oh, thank goodness you're awake! Paimon was worried sick!
What happened while you were unconscious? I checked the ley lines nearby. It appears that the information and memories flow within the ley lines. What? You mean Clotar Alberich? After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great... But the curse of immortality continued to torment his body and mind. And in the end, neither his faith nor the Abyss he worshipped could save him. After 100 years, yet his dark legacy lived on. The defiled statue that we encountered you could say that.
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your...
So you saw her memories from centuries ago, through your own eyes. It all but defies belief.
Так.
Still, as I'd suspected, and it seems closely connected to Clotar and yet your sister never breathed a word of this incident to me. I wonder, was it... Indeed. Clearly this series of events sparked a... What is it?
The field?
You mean here?
You scared the Duke out of Paimon! Did you rebury them yet?
A male and female skeleton, buried together. Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much later, and it's holding a silk scarf in its hand. But what does this mean? And how did you know that there were bodies buried? What? That's impossible. Unless Clotar Albery finally found... This all raises far too many questions. We should part ways here.
Huh? You're just...
It's better that we split up for now.
Who's he?
Yes. I have my... If the time is right, I...
But what do you mean that he saw the Traveler? How is that possible?
I fear that while these things...
What? Why? What?
All right, let's leave it there.
There goes it. What is it? Huh?
No. Кариберт. Давай посмотрим, как он хоть выглядит. Существа. Так, это первый вестник, это второй, да? Я так понимаю, есть еще один чтец, да? Достижение. Так. Рыжий клен. Это типа надо выполнить задание легенд? А, ебать, нам надо пройти все задание легенд. Так.
Good old caravan rebot. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
Так.
Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahida's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her. So much time has already passed. Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahida won't have any more new problems to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right. Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe we should think...
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there. Huh? You can't say I saw that coming. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. Hey, how about I gather...
Thanks, but no...
Sounds good. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered...
I see. Guess, though, now that I...
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Еще увидимся.
Goodbye, dear. Bye-bye, Sumero.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Ну, благодаря тому, что у меня выбилась Фурина, мы с вами вполне себе можем добраться до Фонтейна.
Strike a pose.
Выходим с вами в порт Ромарин.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be Fontaine's port. Wow, everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extreme. Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Да.
Good idea. Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can... So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a... To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I
О,
couldn't help but
Линет
notice
стоит.
you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine.
Play? Oh, no.
Really? Like,
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be so. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more.
but, shouldn't court
Да.
cases be treated a little?
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
You're a trees? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we...
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina...
I think what they mean is that they wish. In that case, I am afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make it.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait,
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with a nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult...
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of... Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like...
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even...
Hang on. This is still Fontaine.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful.
Alright! I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon. But who knows how long making an appointment will take?
О, шоу Лини на заднем
Guess we
фоне.
could have a look around the... Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Так. Я это иду, мне надо сейчас. Я сейчас приду, чат.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Hello?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids.
You're pointing at the sea.
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was... But now, the water is gradually swallowed.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and...
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our child. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be Traveler.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and we were just talking with your sister.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
Бывают схожие люди.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the...
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for... Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's where to begin. Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, Traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake?
Please, don't take offense.
Oh, all right then. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the opera.
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once. Please, follow me.
Мы полметра не пошли.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Ловко.
So...
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Мы, блядь, только зашли, женщина.
Is she talking about us?
Ну, вполне себе, да.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro, and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
У меня есть вопросы.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it, but the Hydro Archon's entrance was, Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette?
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcome.
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Fur. Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde?
Hey, what's all the commotion?
Oh, of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about.
Ooh, I've got to see this.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. You may consider this my reward to all of you.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Ну, мы пили с Аниме-Архонтом, материли Гео-Архонта, дрались с Электро-Архонтом, спасали задницу Дендро-Архонтом. Ну, в принципе, драка уже с Гидро-Архонтом меня уже ничему не удивит. Посмотрим.
Are you not afraid?
What are you trying to do, Traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire his bravery. Unfortunately, people now...
Yeah, she's right.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels.
You see. Then, as the...
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a...
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reaction? Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have reason. According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong.
You call that obvious?
Okay, precisely. Now, if you two have no...
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil. I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally, someone who's not
Great magician, Linny.
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I So, with such an audience gathered here...
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Linny do that?
Он знал, что нас встретит.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well...
Huh? You call that?
Huh. I'm not sure what to think.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just
performance? You see all this as...
In which case, consider the matter of your trial. But when there are but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette.
Божество неопределенных земель. Это она про Паймон? Найс, нас встретили довольно неплохо, но почему еще не подали за гидроархонтом? Великолепно.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. We never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
Архонтом ее не назвать.
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious
But isn't the Opera House where...
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can... And speaking of performances...
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Она не особо разговорчивая, я смотрю.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. You really mean... This is a magical item known as a magic...
Huh?
Бля,
What are they going to
сумка
use
эта с
it for?
чекизовского рынка.
About that... I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful... In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people...
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been...
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it...
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually...
Many places have already been completely submerged, and...
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people... We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. As a magical item, these magic pockets...
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a... Now, if you'd like to help...
What's this? So you...
What? You mean...
No, I believe in the prophet. The story says that people once lived in the ocean, but as time wore on, people desired to live on land and develop. So, if you ask me, when the water...
Oh, we hadn't heard...
All right, I'll take it.
Ладно.
So you're the blonde traveler. Oh, a magic pocket? Thanks. Please, Also, thank the magician.
Иллюзиониста. Галатея. Капитан.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Wait, life is all about living in the...
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Он где-то
Oh,
здесь.
you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know.
Is there anything else you need?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're...
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what...
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romero time.
Сейчас я еще раз иду чат.
I can't wait to give her my gift. I can't wait to give her my gift. I can't wait to give her my gift.
Так, я вернулся.
I can't wait to give her my gift.
Ромарин.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
О, так, поговорите с Лини.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. Maybe next time you'll...
No way. I'm in power saving mode today.
Fine. Though the performance...
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We watch her movement.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should... You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to... All right, let...
Ну и долгие у них лифты. Конечно, можно было сказать, что это просто текстурка, которую мы едем вверх, да, и типа, ну нет. Это все приводится в реальное движение, чат.
This is the spot where Lenny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, anyway,
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
Серьезно?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it.
You're right. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't...
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind...
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around!
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while.
So you mean it's still boring, even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Блин, это не особо разговорчиво. Шарлотта бежит.
Oh, excuse me! Aren't you the great magician Lenny? And his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your...
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across...
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
Она писак, ты о чем? Паймон.
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day. Who knew I I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs. Could my
So, Charlotte, what do you
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle. Even if it's, for example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships. Or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country.
Сейчас,
These
подожди.
smaller stories are a waste of my
Мы
time.
придем, у тебя появится много историй.
Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well,
You mean the serial disappearance?
that's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the kid... Oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will...
So, what is the serial disappearances?
That's right. The first missing girl case and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. But the scariest part is that to this day, many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case. But shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has...
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find...
Please don't imagine that.
О, разболтались мы. Интересно, почему ГГ никогда не разговаривает?
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steam...
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides,
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so...
Так он все-таки большой Фонтейн.
Race you!
Примене стоит. Привет, родной.
this is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else?
Oh, they all just went out a moment.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returned. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal...
Hello.
Понятно.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collect...
Yes, I went diving and gathered the...
That's our Fremine, always quick with...
Дождь. Не знаю, я просто гулял бы под дождем.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on...
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky, "Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!"
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or...
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. It rained for longer than I suspect.
Was there something you needed?
Yeah, some preparations for the show. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at... What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative.
No trouble at all! Don't worry!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Это к кузнецу их надо унести.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh no, we're just here to deliver.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already... No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. I can't say for sure, but who knows?
Hey! Is this machine what you used?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use.
But where does a big machine
Well, it's so little, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Типа на эмоциях. Во время заседания. Серьезно. Интересный механизм.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable... Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, besides indemnitium, we have another type of... It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month?
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already...
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
Тактолетка.
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to...
You're from Northland Bank.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, but it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only, either way you look at it, it seems things...
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting.
Hey, you!
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this.
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for... Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tony...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's...
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take...
Воу. Серьезно, мы за Такталию играем.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
strange. How could that happen? First,
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying.
so what are you doing in Fontaine, child?
Well, I guess it's.
Huh? What could...
But recently. That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but it was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. Because I had awakened it.
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's in my dream. I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we...
That's just an abstract form. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? So why don't you just go ask your...
You make it sound so easy, but it's been years now, and I've still found.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this. Oh, seems that.
What? More work for the...
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately.
Official champion duelist?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected, so engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. And the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
Ага, прикольно.
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many...
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was... Apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest...
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name...
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have...
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it a...
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my... Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come...
Whatever gave you that?
That sneaky guy. Well, seems we don't have much to do for now. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story. Sorry. Paimon was just surprised. The whodunit's here in Font. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered. Oh, sorry about that. Hey, shouldn't we... Lily said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
Нет.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much.
I guess if there are, kid.
Maybe this is one of the customs...
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here. Lenny asked me to wait here.
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here, right?
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon...
Then you should understand that tears contain your most... Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? If you were here...
Rather than worrying about them, we should... Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before...
Oh, right!
А это голуби. О, не велите. О, господи.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world! We've been
I can but you're actually right on time. The audience still have...
Похоже на русскую классику, знаете, вот такую вот приятную. Что на
The
Чайковского.
Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations.
Ooh, front row seat.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a...
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
О, Юдекс.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. You little...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Ай-яй-яй, как Юдекс не любит контактировать с людьми. Или он просто очень их сильно боится.
So you heard all... wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking... Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh. Юдекс тяжелый на общение человек, очень тяжелый.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be?
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just...
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really.
Wow.
And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and so I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become...
Привет.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydra?
All right, please wait just a moment longer.
Yay! The show's finally about to start!
Какая Паймон громкая в зале суда. Юдекс.
Oh, they're dimming the lights. The show must be... Sorry. Paimon will...
Ладно.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm...
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little...
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate... So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that... Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way...
Oh, good point.
Now, without further ado, let the show... I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage moment... Oh, and before I forget, you never know what can happen in the blink... A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Довольно интересно.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Whoa.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no!
Заклинило.
I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Довольно великолепное шоу.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to...
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you, everyone.
Ну,
I'm
Юдекс-то
glad you enjoyed
по-любому
that
знает.
performance. But our magical journey has only just... The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after... In which case, I have ample... So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one... Please, if my assist... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here. I'm sure many of our clever audience... Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see.
Wow, how's it? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual...
The lucky audience member will be generated by this It selects numbers entirely at random. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, Rose, please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic... I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. You don't need to do anything, but no matter if the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might...
Oh.
All right. Before I end, like this. 60, 59, 58. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 and just...
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him...
No, that won't do. I can see... Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
Я слышу голос Юдекса.
That's right, perfect. Keep it...
54, 53, 52... Why aren't you counting, Nervalette?
I am counting in my head.
Да.
I think things are merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Юдекс довольно приятная личность, хочу я сказать. Очень приятная личность. Но очень тяжелая в общении с людьми.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable. 40, 39!
Mr. Linney, are you...
Yes, I'm fine. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't... 25! 20!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear...
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration.
Never mind the decorations.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show...
19!
It seems things aren't... It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be 10 seconds and change is still play...
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Is this part of the... Mr. Lenny, you're going to use...
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one.
Yes!
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the... Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box. And after an initial search of the area, it appears that this incident was not merely some mishap, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances.
Aha!
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
I know the truth. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing...
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? Now that I think about it.
That can't be right! He was in the box on the stage the entire time! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk...
But what Lady Farina said just now makes...
A kidnapping and murder carried out...
I mean... That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lynn. Then there's no problem. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw, so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser.
It wasn't a draw.
I understand. Charges have now been... Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her... Are you willing to act as Mr. Lenny's attorney? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search. Lenny and his troupe are all potential suspects. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the...
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this...
Lenny!
Sorry about everything that happened.
Of course!
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, good to hear. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop. Don't worry, Paimon used her own
I think they look cute on you.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling but with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be a good thing you agreed to be our attorney.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Since we're going to start investigating...
Oh, well... I'm afraid that would
The secrets behind our magic are past saving.
I suppose you're right. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic shows a work of art. We've poured but if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation team... Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned.
Huh?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and... However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by... All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere... If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny...
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your... I know there's no such thing as magic. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the seats were all booked in advance. So we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the...
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see them, it is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these...
Поговорим сначала с жандармами.
The investigation team has some new findings.
Только я хотел сказать генераторные числа.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his... Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Вот оно чё.
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even...
Да, кстати, вполне вероятно.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be assigned to monitor. Lenny's still talking to the guard. I think someone.
Oh, God.
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads...
We don't have too many...
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud?
Хлопок.
You mean the sound that happened?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it... I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
But wasn't the noise we...
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That does remind Paimon...
Так, ну... Веревка.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something... Wait! Paimon should write all...
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken,
You're also among those who wish to cut down the thorn.
Навия, привет, родная.
Who are you?
Навия, здравствуй.
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
Моя первая Лего, здравствуй.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me Bob.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various...
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle?
Well, I am the second...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you
No need.
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling detail. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. Judging from the look of things,
Really? We think so too, but how did...
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive... But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and... Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And...
Sounds more like...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit... Alright, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that...
Well, I say it does. But don't... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Не всегда.
And why would that be?
Суть серьезное дело.
See, Silver and Melus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact.
Это да.
And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two?
Wait! Since when did we...
Hmm? Oh, well, I can be the...
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but you wish to save a friend from false accusations.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, miss? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if...
Итак. Ага. Мелюзина.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the
No, we're not leaving. Were you always guarding this end?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that. I doubt there was much of...
How can you be so...
Well, because I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. We Melazines are...
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have... Alright, thank you for your help. This'll...
А если проверить второй этаж? Может, на втором этаже что-то еще есть?
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. My mom wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your act.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a...
You may spare the pleasantries.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join us?
Fine.
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below
Да.
stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand.
Huh. Weren't there...
Ah, good eye. That said, you're...
The back? You mean the...
Very good indeed. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you... Exactly.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out the 2 magic boxes. See this flatbed? The box with the lucky audience member.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box...
I see. So...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the...
Right! You were talking about...
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve... My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the...
And what about Lynette? Where would...
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh...
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who...
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes, and that's my favorite part of this trick.
So that's how it all worked! What?
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel, and then I walk out of the other box in the audience. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience.
We really don't know how that...
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing... And yet, to think that some... Could we have a look around? I think we...
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone.
Вот что был за хлопок. Это ваза. Вот что был за хлопок. Это была ваза.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why?
Oh! Paimon knows! It's... And here's a book...
That can't...
Платье.
Oh, her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right! And do you really need... Ugh, this is so confusing. What is this place?
Вентиляция.
It seems someone could.
Huh. Could...
Alone, perhaps.
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down.
А что?
Huh. What's this?
Крюк.
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for...
Whatever it is. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns.
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very low. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see.
The plot thickens. How? No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless...
Charges and then trial. So if the
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. That's right. This is how the statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audio. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has... its own will.
This also precludes any kind of favor.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by...
Huh? So that machine is the one...
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the... Yes, the guards also asked me...
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins'
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside... And even if that were not so, it could prove...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that!
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. I mean, what better way to properly...
Huh. Breaking out, except... Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Мы не все осмотрели. Мне кажется, этот шкаф...
You're carrying a portable...
Yes, I must be prepared to meet...
I have eggs, sugar, and all...
Good work, you two. Then...
These three are quite the... And Paimon did it. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, but you ended up doing the entire thing.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging...
Paimon was just...
Well, I don't think it's... Don't underestimate... Anyway.
Only...
Well, eating too many sweet...
Tea is ready to be served as well. No need for concern.
All right, then. Down to business. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. The magician twins could have committed the crime.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was...
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd...
Paimon thinks that makes sense.
True. None of the clues we found thus... But the only people left to consider are both...
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made my...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with...
From the sound of things, this is... Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia.
They are my special...
What? 5? Oh,
Please don't worry about it. At my age...
No. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many... Wait. Even you don't believe... If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons...
All right, we get it. Well, Malus, set up this...
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course?
Exactly. We don't...
As you wish, don't...
And I have the egg.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet. It would be awkward.
All right.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
It's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation. Why would it be him? Why would it be him? Whoever the murderer was, this is probably a prop. This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also... Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler. This is probably a prop. Whoever the murderer was, this rope... People needed... God, well, and there was no third taking... That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
Мы не все нашли. Так. Войти в тоннель. Это не то. Так. Что-то еще не нашли. Давайте ждать суда.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and... Lynette. Besides, I doubt Farina understands.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest,
No, we're...
Well, now, don't you all look that was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of... But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly...
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic
Блядь,
show
суд.
incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we...
Yes, of course. I will explain while
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement. You ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus...
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open.
Ну-ка, давай.
Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I...
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time.
And you didn't hear anything?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud.
Huh?
Hey, hang on.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely...
Look at those scales. Look at them.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and Tell me.
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were...
I've got a feeling that what happened...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with...
Indeed. Then perhaps your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure... The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the... Oh, good thing I made all those preparations.
Hey, Linny!
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own...
Order! Order, I say!
Вот так. Правильно.
Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This...
So you would stick to Mr. In that case, my
Сука,
dear audience,
завали пасть, а. Уже раздражаешь.
victory to...
Что-то не так.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon... I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Paimon, we based our entire reasoning on not to set the wrong tone or...
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before, but our organization is very, very large, and the heart...
Right now, we want to save people.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation, and I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, that's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you. But the truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would... Right. So, you be the judge. You met a Fatus who works as a magician. A trick, but still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no...
Sorry. Please.
Well, you both say that, but...
Где ты был?
Right. Let's hear your answer.
Of course. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has... During our investigations, we learned that the machines... From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick.
Is that why you needed a whole...
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to...
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached, which should have been impossible, of course, that voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But after that, the homicide occurred.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must...
That's the only way we can...
So, there you have it. It was never my wish to proceed, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the skip... If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusation... Huh?
Да.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating...
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Ебать, что же референсы? Давай, дорогая. Потанцуем с тобой. Уф.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and he did not realize that the sound could be heard. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out
Ебать.
before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that. So Linny proceeded to knock. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to. And there you have it. That.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. Seems this won't produce. Seems this. According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's. Linny did not.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say. When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House space. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have... The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And finally, he reached the surface. And that was...
Сюрприз, дорогая. И что дальше?
In other words, you believe.
That's right!
my reasoning?
Как вид на сцене подменили заранее, но вы говорите, что Коул оказался на стечении случайно.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what... Of course I do. You're saying that he wasn't.
Ах, как четко. Уф.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why This means that when the crime happened, the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best.
Well, to think you'd use such Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Это на ящик, кто заходил. Человек, кстати, на зритель, сомнений в зале. Была Линет, передала костюм Линии, ее ассистент. Да, я нужна надежда, потому что попавший Хозен, но оказалось неизвестно.
Could there have been a third person involved? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Oh, is that so?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our crypt.
Странный звук.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Куда подевалась Холсли?
It would have been tough for both people to fit. No one entered or... It would have been tough for both people.
Блять.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having...
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired, the—
If only we knew how Halsey...
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel... And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make...
Excuse...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have
Da.
come from a... The deceased's name is Cowl. The vase was not broken by chance.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually, and if there's a similar method where...
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This... Must we really? Magic tricks are...
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of... Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it would...
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse... Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowl's. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water.
The primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells... The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which one of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely... As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis...
You've got to be kidding! People deserve...
It's something so ridiculous.
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tanks really... Just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go.
Order! Order!
Ooh.
It is undeniable that further... Still, let us assume
Navi
that these
съебалась.
clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the... Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the
Опа.
evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this cases...
Right! Like the metal hook! That would... Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial...
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Ну, естественно, убийца
The
сам.
deceased's name is Cow. The water from the primordial sea. Now it seems like the hook.
Нет.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form
А, я не так выбрал.
Lynette was in the magic box on... I remember there was...
Не сходится, да?
The deceased's name is Cowell. Linny's...
Я вопросы неправильно читал, мои извинения.
In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel. With the but he encountered something unexpected in.
Huh. That does make.
That actually links together a lot.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the... His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me. I shall now invite him on stage to share...
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just in... And we found an identical sample of the water from...
What?
That can't be. Does this not, my dear citizen?
Блять, какая курица.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all, having made modifications to the but upon his return, and ultimately he knocked Cowell out. Now, as much as I regret to have...
Уже тупо звучит, ты сама не находишь?
Am I right, Miss?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the...
Oh no. Seems using the water as new.
I think we've all seen, and I believe this is indeed.
Блять.
Now then, my good, noble... excuse me, everyone, but I must...
Miss, I must ask you not...
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the... What?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth, but once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again?
Прошу прощения, у меня сел геймпад в самый неподходящий момент. Какая у нас все-таки красивая тема.
And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous fin- Come on, Lenny and Lynette, give it another go. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show...
I understand.
And voila.
Ай-яй-яй, улика. Что?
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so
Она
would
и
lessen my
есть
sentence.
убийца.
I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And that...
That'll teach you to underestimate...
Where should I begin? I'm sorry.
What? What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. And I'm originally from... I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away.
Это та
Lenny was the
воровка.
one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then he even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him in. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need...
Нам это нечем опровергнуть.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left.
And it's Ace Detective time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after hearing the commotion. Cowell leapt into the tub. He did not know that Lillian was not from mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to... The two broke the flower vase during the struggle. With no way of escaping, she changed her cloak.
Да уж.
That she would have to go through guard inspection.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped.
At this point,
so bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina.
Ну-ка давай, родная.
Against the defense's statement. Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Давай, родная. Кидай.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some...
Wow! Look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, He was in the underground structures within the Opera House, and was thus ignorant of these happenings.
Да.
From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that while there is much in Linny and
Да.
Lillian's conduct, that this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
О.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
О.
Great work. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation. How did you find the water from the primordial?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or...
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's note. I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your...
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself...
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a... Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek...
Yes, our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The
Еще одно убийство.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Блять. Опа, все, мехи пошли в бой.
So, we're just going back now?
Мы здесь больше не нужны.
That's true.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth?
That's right. And since we're here, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded... To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for it. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed...
So you went from...
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on... But I gradually discovered that while we were he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to go...
That doesn't seem too bad.
It took a while. After one particular performance at a banquet, I waited a long time after we returned home. The answer he gave me was... She caught the eye of the most eminent person at the bank.
Oh no. But what...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin... I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that's... All I saw was the moonlit ground.
So, she'd...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even... Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen something in me. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. I was hesitant to trust her, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in.
Oh, So that's how the two of you joined the House of the Heart.
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find...
So, she will...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine. To us orphans, the only connection we have...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets...
It's alright. I just
понятное
hope you can
дело.
understand that even as a member of the house, if you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Bye, Linny!
Обалдеть. Жесть. Кто ты такой?
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us now?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer. Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case? And given that there's new evidence from the trial...
Ah, I see. Well, sorry.
Don't say that now.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing... sorry about that. Wait, shall we have a farewell?
Huh? Do we
Well, I'd just like to have a... Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your...
You don't have to twist my arm.
Oh, wonderful.
All right, then. Let's have our...
Ох.
Lady Verena hasn't changed one bit.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavor.
Race you!
Ага. Мило. Угу. Угу. Хе. Ой, блядь, опять расследование. Короче. Мы сейчас так тут и зависнем на этом расследовании.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited.
Oh, in that case, I'll go order for us.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for...
And if it's not?
Well, then...
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but...
Oh, true. Very...
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you...
Супница.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappeared?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us...
Right? Yet it was because this was such a
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can see... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina... Those highfalutin... It's alright. Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to...
I see. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super...
Well, would you consider some more...
Guess that's Spina di Rosula.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree...
Could you suggest something a little more practical?
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy...
That might work.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. All right, no more joking around. Huh, you did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Why don't we give it a try after the...
Huh?
Was this your... Sorry.
No, it's fine. We're just...
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. If we're all finished eating,
Yeah.
Фонтейн довольно интересен, хочу я вам сказать.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so...
Okay.
Hey, Navia! What are you...
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in any case, I wish you...
See ya!
Бать. Не, ну, конечно, Фонтейн меня впечатлил. Хочу я вам сказать. Пойдемте-ка мы сходим к Катерине.
I can't decide whether pyro slimes taste better with salt and pepper.
Ad Astra Ab...
Так.
Thank you for completing...
people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There... Huh? Hang on. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you... my dear... No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the... How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light. I also remember going to many places. No matter where I went, Vache would go with... But now... No! Our reunion no longer has... The thought of me gives him no succor. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move... Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I... Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If it was a state of neither fear nor frenzy. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have... I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go. Farewell then. I am glad that you were able...
Что происходит? А чё же этими жандармами? А чё случилось?
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
Кларинда.
Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance!
Какая грация у женщины. А чё случилось-то?
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so...
I... followed you.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge...
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will...
Do not speak!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act. And what about these garter mechs? I thought...
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not... I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must...
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's...
Yes. Be careful. And
Сука,
do
чтоб у
not
тебя глушитель
act
отвалился.
rashly.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. Regardless, thank you for your...
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere.
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and not... Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for... As such, we're still partners.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's...
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di...
Oh?
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in date?
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped it.
Huh? Really?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake. After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salt?
So the Fanta had been spiked with what?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the...
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But who... That's when I figured out that you might be in danger.
But why would they go after us too? Oh,
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of. Speaking of which, did anything...
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just... Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitive...
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing.
New intel? Why...
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't... Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least... But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving. Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate... Oh, you mean...
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people...
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we...
Don't worry, you two. With us around our...
Так.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure...
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't...
Very good.
I shall find rooms for our...
Thank you, Malus. Now...
Ай. Тихо.
The show begins.
Они живут в канализации? Серьезно? Довольно интересно. Что они живут в канализации. Такая вроде бы большая организация. Ну ладно.
Now I got stomach cramps. Race you!
Серьезно, они живут в канализации.
This is your bait?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present...
Well, our funds, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact,
seems like it's tough times for everyone.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my
Your father... He...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to...
No. I'll explain it myself. I
Da.
suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, but strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed... 3 years later, how could he protect his honor if he's dead? The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigated.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder. However, I believe that if the murder case is I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive.
No.
He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death.
Ой, прокачка Нави.
Demoiselle, please.
Здравствуй.
If there is anything I can do.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our...
Wait, if Callus was such a good man...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of... People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching...
But how could... never mind.
There is one other thing.
Florinda.
Well, then, yeah.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respect. There was...
It's not that I don't understand her at all.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how...
Afterward,
Ну,
Miss
прокачка
Clorand
Нави
told us
пока
that at
отложена,
the
только
start of
сейчас
the
пока
duel,
прокачиваю
Master Callus requested the... Yes, that is our
эту Фурину
understanding as
прокачиваю.
well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who... All right. Anyway, That's the information I wanted to share with you. Thanks.
Нас уже успели обвинить Линии. Мы на суде воевали против Фурины, у которой ЧСВ довольно завышено, как по мне. Нави. Сейчас я скажу, что у нас с Нави. Вот так у нас выйдет отряд. С Нави. Как бы Нави у меня 50-го, Нинка 50-го. На Нави у меня пока сигнатурка стоит. Нингуан, я на нее собираю архаичный камень. Да, вот. Пока хуёво выходит. На Нави у меня фактически ее сигнатурный сет. Вот такое оружие. Так что так и живем. Ну а пока у нас есть данная девушка. Ох, блядь. Ой, как я ненавижу эту хуйню бить. Цветочки. Так, это что у нас? Ой, блядь. Только я Диону не трогаю. Почему-то вот на отделении я не трогаю только одну Диону. А. У меня в Розаге последний уровень остался.
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your... But never mind that. When...
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some...
Wait, so you didn't...
How could I after...
guess...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation.
Does...
That... No. There is one ray of hope. One place, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing...
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go talk to him.
No, it's nothing.
Я так понимаю, это связано с ее отцом. Если я правильно понимаю. Раз Навия так сильно заэтовалась. Замялась.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Ага.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care.
See? They've got great discipline.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards...
No. What I meant to say is...
Oh, yes, I remember. I read it.
We're here today to report and archive some information on...
Huh. Is that even a...
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on a...
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Угу.
Please come in.
Ебать, у него кабинет, простите меня, думаю, французский. Мужчина. Ваш кабинет меня удивляет.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet.
It's all right. Please let me know how I...
So...
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the scene.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to...
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
Опа.
Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Nervalet? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, you even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing. If you truly regret my father's death, why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die? Despise everything. Was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort. There are still so many things I never got. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all... It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice.
Юдекс. У него работа такая. Правосудие есть правосудие.
My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Он мог остановить, но, видимо, что-то было не так. И он не стал это останавливать.
Slavia, are you...
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
Ай-яй-яй.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was all—
What is it? Did you think of something?
Дело твоего
Yeah,
отца.
he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall. That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that. But didn't
Юдекс
find anything of
грустит.
value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could... Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your...
I really think I found a true G... Alright, let's go to Poisson. With the...
Yeah! We're gonna make progress for sure!
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by your... Great. Let's go.
Юдекс грустит. Ну, так я тут был. Опа.
Whoa! What a huge ship!
There's no need to be so surprised. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in a gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limp.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina... Paimon was confused why but now that Paimon has seen this ship for her...
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all.
Race you!
О, Мелиус.
Malouse, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle. You said before that you still had some business at...
About that. It's because my partner... You still remember, right?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr.
Could you tell us a bit more...
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the...
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain if you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled...
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But not only that, Boss became determined to fight...
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret. And the man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by... That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet... But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and... Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious. Looking back on it, though,
I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some cost, but considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra... You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. I think this third person... On that note, however, even though this will not please, our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extreme. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has... There is no need to follow your father's path.
If that's indeed what he wished for, was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one
Чтобы
most kept
ты не
in the
пошла
dark.
по этому пути.
What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina, did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? I've never accepted that. Ever. I want to find out the real answer for...
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between... But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to...
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. And the serial disappearances. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Sin.
Right. So nobody would be able...
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time.
No. I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard. Especially someone
Это
as proud as
факт.
Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was...
So he chose to die inside...
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. Would Boss want... If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me, I'm sure he'd be
That fool. No. He might have set up everything precisely. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared?
It's the location where synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence. But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious... There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. But a single visit to their headquarters would be... The worst case would be that we leave...
Then, in that case, why not?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea.
Huh. That's true. But things are different now. It should be...
You sound like you've put a lot of...
I am the butler, after all. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability...
Thank you for all of that, Malus.
Да уж.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that when I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, if the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. After several rounds of testing and investigative trace, the first is Florent, Spina de Rosula.
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost, there's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. The boss helped it to grow. In the beginning, there were only
So, they're like a sister organization?
Yes, you can say that. When we were... It's a bit difficult.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities...
I see. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against...
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging...
Of course. And thank...
You're too kind, my lady. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocent... After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. If it might help, you could also...
Oh, thank you so much, man.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to...
Ой, блядь, опять дела. Какая же Фонтейн все-таки небольшая, но духота.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
Фух.
It is settled, then. Please excuse...
Thank you for arranging everything.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything?
Oh.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina dirus...
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of...
You don't understand it.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I know. Only the full truth.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I...
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing... So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he tried to be as careful as he could. But even...
They found out about...
Papa didn't say that exactly. But Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his fault. I don't know that for sure. But you could say... Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense.
But Mama, why is Papa still... Papa always wanted to be a good man.
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still...
Yeah. Papa was a...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone...
Ой, блядь. Какая-то духота с этим всем. С этой вот системой. О, Китька на нас смотрит, чат.
Decide whether pyroscience tastes better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
Китьки.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Laurent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way. So please don't worry.
Это опять наверх. О. Так.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got turned into water, right?
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for—
It also reminded me, on the day that after my partner here put the dots together for me, can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling— After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis—
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guards said that the first shot didn't hit anyone. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. But according to the guards, that does— About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a 3rd person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had— The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a 3rd person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying— But hold on. If he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, did he lose all faith in the courts? After
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. Many people have laughed at me, but it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed— No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Intel is just like futures. You gotta invest a lot before you can start earning.
Ой.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what bring...
Oh.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal
I mean, Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rasula from the ground up and clearing many ups. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similar... Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends?
Yes. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved, and if you want to go through the original files from your...
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your...
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against...
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex... So I can promise you, those mecha were They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all... I'll be staying in the city for a little while.
Race you! Dinner's gonna burn.
Понимаю. Неудачный прыжок.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House.
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf. I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right.
Exactly. I still don't have much solid.
Oh, and
We were attacked on Arrhenius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attack. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't.
Oh, you're giving us too.
alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace, but rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot.
Oh, it's okay. No need to put.
Sounds good. Just let me know. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much.
Немного запутано.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right. Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just...
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would make sense. But without... Besides Jacques, the attack from... It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of...
Do you think he knew, even then, that we...
Given everything that's happened since... But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Я вот думаю, кто? Это либо Тьерри, либо Марсель. Тьеги, поскольку он может контролировать местных местных жандармов. Этих роботов. Жандарматонов, или как они там? Жандарматоны, да, во. Пиздец, свое имя придумали. Ну, Марсель богатый. Это факт.
Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also... Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of moral...
Ну, кто, кроме того, означает, что он потратил много моря и сил на борьбу с собственной торговлей Тьерри.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's... But... I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, if the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out.
Флоран.
Florent? It is true that... But... As Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work
So you're saying he's too broke to afford...
Exactly. He can't. Who could it be?
Какой вопрос был? И кто виноват? Ну, так кого выбрать из них троих? Вот кто виноватый? Сейчас, подождите. Мне надо отойти. Так, я вернулся. Что тебе надо? Отцепись. Тихо я сказал. Что? И что это такое? И что ты здесь лазишь? Что случилось, кот? Если гонца мешаешь. Возьмем все-таки деда. Он богатый.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Maloose didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed...
Maloose has always been very reliable. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means... Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Maloose did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking.
Huh? Aren't you the guy?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called
What?
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances.
Wait, how? None of it.
That's what I thought was strange about it. So, if the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any...
Right. Because they'll think they've already...
Yeah. And it'll be all...
I Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Since this is a trial about the... You're right. This is our best opportunity. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
Ребятки.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that it's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered.
Thank you so much. Then,
see you then! According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Догадываюсь, вот это вход, да? Хей, очевидно.
Finally found it. Huh. So this leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't... Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
О, это опять судебная, это заставка.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose. In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the
No. That's...
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going... In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again.
That case had nothing to do with him! Huh? What's going on?
Why? I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time, but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with...
Oh, please. Did you ever... We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to... And if my charges prove true, then
Oh. A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What Confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosul?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be...
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please... Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't...
Very well. In that case...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years... Only through elucidating what...
Navia, come on. If that's enough to make me a...
exactly correct, Your Honor.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Ooh.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula
Мы против
hosted a
Юдок
large banquet in
собьемся.
a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests, when the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from... The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Claran. These are the known...
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even... in truth, the third person shot... After that, the true culprit turned the... Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. However, we should revisit... The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he... However, in the end, he reconsidered. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already... This assassin... Something's not... A pile of... But now, it is clear that since it was raining that day, the culprit... Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to...
That's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as...
What a great theory. It also explains Callus...
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech...
Then, may I ask some questions? 1. Do you have the evidence... I'm afraid... I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up we should be able to find him. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful... That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette... Why do I feel like for...
Maybe she's scared of embarrassment.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging...
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. Then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified... I've thought about this too. And the answer is actually pretty... The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea isn't... My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he... At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He hadn't... What was certain, however, was that it would paint a
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the...
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth, but what good would that do? How can had this opera house ever given my father any But by staying silent, we retained the... I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, and once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge... So, you mean to say... That's right. Do you have any proof? Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent.
I
don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadow. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us... So, during the duel, did you believe that...
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken account in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never...
Since that's your testimony, I
concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained...
Right? What she said was fascinating.
Wait, weren't they just talking about...
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases, in my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were... Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet.
So that's why you suspected me. I'm used to it, though. You've always been in...
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, on top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remote...
Don't know what you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some... Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of... But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your... Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna...
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize to...
No.
Is there anything else you'd like to? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my... Could those records and testimonies do something to appease?
Seems like she... At this rate, Navia will be
I think you've done a superb... But aren't you going against... He wished for you to... Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong...
This isn't just about me. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still... The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial Many people's images are flashing before my... And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
Опа!
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly...
I was waiting.
Жесть. Так. Это мы сейчас находимся именно в этой фабрике, да? Опа.
Settle down. An oversight on my part. Bow your head.
До свидания.
Whoa! The floor is going up!
А, он опускается через время. Нам повезло, чат. О, сундук. Так. Пусто.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Ага. Ага. Так.
amazing! Now we can swim to the top! But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Settle down. Silence.
Ха, здорово, ребятки. Сыпься. Я понял, как работает против этих роботов. Наконец-то я понял, как они работают. Так. Тихо. Блядь. Рванул, блядь. Вперед. Ох, блядь, 2 мехатрона 90-го. Привет, ребятки.
Settle down. Silence. Settle down.
Ребят, я вас не слышу.
Silence.
До свидания. Гавки, пишите письма. Вообще, честно, только раздаваться, как работает пневма и устье, это вот вся ваша.
After all that, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't. That's right.
Блять.
What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with, huh? You mean the girls from the series? And then they were, and all the boxes of things, these names. Whoa, there's so much synth here, and so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the mixing in progress. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusion. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just, how can someone write something that terrible and such? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did it. But did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Вашу.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
Он исследователь.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he... In any case...
Жесть.
Let's see what's written here. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have... The old dog's a real menace to deal with. He can act whenever he wants to... I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. Paimon will take notes on this encrypt.
Так.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it's... Yeah, we haven't found anything that... No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't... Sure thing.
Ну-ка, там что? Так.
You take that side, and Paimon will take this. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found... Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. So many. The final name... Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old.
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named...
Huh.
Oh, So you do.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you.
Нас Юдер скоро убьет, блядь.
As expected of my part.
Just how often do you intend to
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing... You even created Marcel as a new identity and just...
So that's it. Even the villains. And with that, Marcel, this information regarding your past also dismantled. Well, Marcel, you fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away. Instead of... So, you never noticed how we changed, or how...
You also never understood Boss's real expectation.
Or our determination to see...
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself.
Do you think... Do you really... Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my... No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from... They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your... Venier is dead! We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes. But I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't...
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't I did all of that. And in the end, that occurred. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles!
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards!
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! Venier, please, Venier.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after...
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review in some...
Ебать.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vache and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Venier. During an underwater expedition, Venier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vache as a result. Vache learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovery. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in... During the course of his research, Vache discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the... However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, after exchanging blows with Spina de Rasula for many years, Vache decided to assassinate. Although the assassination did not go as Vache expected, he was able... And just recently, Vache attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar... However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vache.
Жесть.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, guilty.
Guards! Take Vache away.
Good.
It's what he did.
With that, the serial just.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought?
He's hurt so many innocent. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were...
The day our late boss had always hoped for is...
Yeah. Yeah. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula still.
Well, now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been... Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way,
тебя не
I've
отпускал.
still got some business.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Toptaglia.
What now?
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict...
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary?
Please respect the laws of
Да.
Fontaine.
All right, but this sure...
Второй.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no doubt. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to... We now turn to the oratrice mechanism. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique, guilty.
Что?
Hey! That's not fun! What's with this verdict? Is your just...
Huh? This has never happened before.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's
Что
guilty
происходит?
The judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. Guards, please take the suspect into...
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Электро. Это по нему Юдекс ударил.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Охуеть, нихуя по нему Юдекс ударил. Он его... Вот это я понимаю сила.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules, all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Тогда остается спросить только Архонта.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but...
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or...
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow... Don't tell me. You thought...
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. And, of course, for every... If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearance, everything he's done, not to mention that all shall be revealed in... Now, having said that, although I hate to...
So she chose to make her escape out.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I...
All right. Even though after all, he's done plenty of bad.
Да, он много плохого сделал, но все же. Блять.
Oh, Monsieur Nervalet! That power you showed when you took him down.
Да, вот тот же вопрос.
Really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it,
Он не знает,
it makes
кто
a
он.
mockery of justice.
Oh, Monsieur.
Ага, понятно. Короче, он сам не знает, кто он такой. Откуда там матрешки вещала? А, ебать, нихуя откуда она вещала. Когда он по Чайлду ударил? Довольно мощно. Мощно.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Oh.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But the Fountain of Lucine? Then... Please give me a chance to talk to her.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile?
Paimon agrees.
This request, is it worth as much to you?
Of course! Wait, no.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Юдексу по сих пор не понять, что чувствуют люди.
Very well.
Your Honor.
I will go with him. You do not need to...
Thank you.
Йоу. Если Юдекс с ним идет, то о чем говорить? Малейшая попытка убегов влево, ему хана придет. Учитывая, как он быстро расправится с Тарталией. Если ему Фатуи нипочем, тогда о чем говорить вообще, в принципе, о его силе?
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon.
Vache.
Ah!
Yes, that's it.
Vinier, it's me!
Vache.
I'm here!
Hey, wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's me!
Vache. Why did you come? You...
It's been more than 20 years. All this time. I must be dreaming. Who would have... Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I...
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you. If not for you, I would have finished my law degree. If not for you, I would have continued to... If not for you, I would at least have been able to... It's all because of yours.
Wait.
You're right. I am not Vinier.
Охуеть.
The sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not.
Why?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. This is what you get for your selfishness. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the thing? You are a liar. The only thing you are not. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignere's.
No! Yeah!
You still don't understand. When I said don't... But on top of that, she also said that... She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? 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 Drown.
Да. Пиздец, ладно. Хотя для него, как бы сказать, достойная смерть, я даже сказал, более милосердная. Опять дождь.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh,
Без.
it's really been a long time since we've been able to.
Well met, partner.
Even this weather can't put a damp.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia!
Oh.
Sounds like you're really.
It's just been one thing after the other. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even this time, though. Everyone in Poisson.
So his name's definitely been.
It's been the dearest wish.
That blasted stubborn... Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was... I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. Secret Tales of the Yellow... To be fair, though, it was a really flattering... She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive...
Oh yeah, she told us about that.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering... Oh, and in...
Кларинду.
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, it was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide.
Oh, that's great.
Anyway, now that... Oh, actually...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave. And on top of that...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to...
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering...
Yeah, you're right.
Ебать. Ливень, дождь идет несколько дней подряд.
This is...
Huh? There's someone...
Юдекс.
Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here?
Юдекс.
Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say that I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice...
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most, which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly, and if not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day.
Ой, вот тут Юдексу вы прав. Иногда нужно идти некоторые жертвы, чтобы что-то сдвинулось с мертвого места.
Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated. And in the end, from a certain perspective, a justice that's higher than. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. This regret has filled me with a sadness. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epicles indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your heart.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but...
Sorry about that.
Ну да.
Self-expression is not one of my...
Didn't I just say you'd...
Ah, so Navia and let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till...
Юдекс уже... И дождь закончился.
Paimon's never paid respects. Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know... Oh, no. Anyway, Nervalet is
Юдекс
still
не
standing
ушел.
around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone.
What are you saying?
Well, aren't you not...
Huh?
Hey, traveler!
Пойдемте поговорим с ним. Еще не Вилет?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your...
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the street.
I see, I see.
Well...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my...
Расскажи.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea.
Huh. So it really was where everything...
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Nervalet.
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly... To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding. Is there anything else? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be final. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right. It was...
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words, the former...
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more... Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy...
But with Farina...
Is there anything else?
Расскажи о Чайлде.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion.
Ты чего, бес? Ты чего разбесоебился? Бес, ты чё? Ты чё? Я-то тут. Все хорошо. Ты чего?
However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice. For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanic. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified... Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses... Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my... In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a... Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, if we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is...
Is there anything else?
Расскажи о моей сестре.
Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else?
У меня нет вопросов.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must...
All right. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Снова легкий дождь.
You know, we've been walking around for a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base in the court of Fontaine and have a rest?
Так, я предлагаю вам вернуться. Я так понимаю, нас ждет скоро финал.
Navia said something about having a place ready for us there. Didn't she? Come on, let's go!
Я так понимаю, нас ожидает в скором времени конец. Торлетка, комфортик. Здравствуй.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine.
Я так понимаю, мы в скором времени приближаемся к концу, да? Если я правильно понимаю вас. Ну, вообще, если я правильно понимаю, нас ждет конец в скором времени. Торлека, как бы я сейчас заканчиваю на данный момент, но, если сейчас работают команды, если ты все еще здесь, сейчас должна выйти ссылочка на мой телеграм, если не работают команды через Donate and Alerts, то сейчас должна выйти ссылочка на мой телеграм-канал.
Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich
Да,
and
вот.
complex flavor profile.
Торлека,
But it must be savored
прошу присоединиться к моему телеграм-каналу. Там будут у меня все анонсы о грядущих стримах, о будущих. Так что я вынужден на сегодня закончить. Финалом мы с вами займемся завтра. Так что, дорогие друзья, увидимся с вами на следующих стримах. Всем до скорой встречи. И всем...
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Всем до скорой встречи, дорогие друзья. И всем пока-пока-пока.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine.